Well, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Good to see you. Hey, Pam, hello, good morning. Are you ready for the trial? Did you go back and listen to any of my live from last night? Because the one thing you're going to hear is exactly what I talked about the other day, and that is the fact that she absolutely went in and took a handful of pills and then went and did what she did to the kids and to herself. So that is what they were trying. I feel like they were trying to hide that in the live trial because I think it's number 81 on her. Let me see if I can pull that up right quick for you guys. Okay, hang on. It's right here. Let me pull it up over here now. Let me get this right now, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Lindsay Clancy. Okay. No, stop it, machine, stop. It's going everywhere. Here we go. All right, I'll show you this right quick. Amazing, isn't it? I'm so freaking shocked. But I kind of thought there was something weird like that because I was like, now wait a minute. Remember they talked about being elevated, they talked about this kind of thing, but wait a minute. Yeah, right. Look at this right quick. I just want to make sure everybody realizes exactly what we're saying here. Let's get over here to it right quick. And then we'll as we wait for the trial, we know they're always about 15 minutes late or so in the mornings when they start. So I don't know why, but all right. Okay, I think it's number 81. No, it wasn't 81. Let me go back over here. I got to figure this out now. Okay, Dr. Tufts. It's going back up here. Maybe it's up here. But you know what? You know what was weird about that is I was thinking to myself, did she take no responsibility for anything that she's done? Absolutely no responsibility. None. Her and Patrick both wanted to blame it on everybody except her. Right? And I'm thinking in my mind, look, you dumb bitch. Everybody knows if you're going to attempt suicide or something like that, most people do go take a handful of pills. You know you did it. Just go ahead and talk about it. What are you doing over here? Okay, here we go. Okay. Let's see if we can find it right here. Hang on just a second. It's right here. She also reported that the voice indicated to her that she should die, that her last chance, and that her children would suffer if she was gone. Lindsay then cut her wrist. I'm sorry. Lindsay then cut her wrist and neck and jumped off the second floor. But where's the fact that she actually took a handful of pills? It's over here somewhere. I remember seeing it. I remember reading it. Okay, I need to find that right quick. Okay, let's go back up here. I know it's in here because we read it last night. We just read this last night. Okay, I'm going to find it anyway. We'll find it. But I was just like, yeah, because I remember discussing this in the trial. We discussed this in the trial. Like, was it yesterday? They never told us the amount or when's the last time she took the pills and how many of them she took because they showed us this elevated amount. And we thought, okay, is that high or is that not high? Because again, we were not told the last time she took medication. It's like they jumped all around it, but did not really talk about it. I thought that was very strange. But anyway, we'll just keep looking at this. I know I have that information though. I want to find it again. Let's see. Let's see if it's down here somewhere. Okay. Okay, 79, blah, 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 blah. Nah, it's gotta be close. Anyway, I thought it was kind of interesting, and I thought to myself, why are they not telling that in court? I hope today that some of the psychiatrists, you know what else I hope? I hope that today some of the psychiatrists start talking because I want to hear what they have to say. That's what I want to hear. Because I think it's going to be interesting the fact that, what was it? 15 months later, 15 months later, she's over there talking to a psychiatrist about the fact that she was in psychosis. And they're trying to make out like she was in psychosis for 9 months. What? I don't even know if that's possible. Let's look that up and even see. I have no idea. Can you be in a psychosis? Let's see. for 9 months. Well, let's see what it has to say. The short answer is yes, but not in the way people usually imagine psychosis. And it's not continuously unchanging and in full intensity for 9 straight months. Here's what it explains. Can someone be in a psychosis for 9 months? Yes, a psychosis can last many months, even years, depending on the underlying condition. But the form, intensity, and frequency of the symptoms usually fluctuate and not remain identical day to day. So, conditions where long durations of psychosis can occur is schizoaffective disorder, schizophrenia, severe bipolar disorder with psychotic features, major depressive disorder with psychosis, postpartum psychosis, rarely this long, but can evolve into another disorder. Medications-induced psychosis, if meds are continued, and untreated psychosis from medical causes, thyroid, autoimmune, and neurology. What 9 months of psychosis actually looks like clinically is not screaming every day, hallucinating nonstop, delusions 24/7, and fully disconnected from reality for months straight. But it is periods of clarity, periods of severe distortion, cycling symptoms, worsening under stress. They're always making excuses for her, I believe. Thank you. They are always making excuses for her. 100%. I agree with that. Impaired judgment, even when appearing normal. Psychosis is episodic, waxing and waning, and often hidden from disorders. Postpartum psychosis specifically. Postpartum psychosis is usually short duration, days to week, but it can last months if untreated, misdiagnosed, worsened by medication interactions, underlying bipolar disorder is present, sleep deprivation continues, and hormonal instability persists. I wonder if today we're going to hear from some doctor that her hormones were just all over the place, that they could not straighten out her hormones. How much y'all want to bet? Would you like to take a bet on that? Yeah, because I think we're going to hear that shit today. It can involve bipolar disorder with psychosis, schizoaffective disorder, chronic psychotic depression. So yes, a postpartum psychosis can transition into a long-term psychotic disorder lasting many months. I don't believe it. For Lindsay Clancy's trial, the prosecution frames her as lucid, goal-oriented, not psychotic, and acting with intent. The defense frames her as in a prolonged psychotic state, over-medicated, deteriorating for months, and experiencing delusions and intrusive commands. Clinically speaking, 9 months of psychosis is absolutely possible, but not in constant dramatic form. More likely cycles of severe impairment mixed with periods of apparent normal functioning. This is exactly the kind of nuance juries struggle with. And absolutely they're going to struggle with that. Absolutely. So here we go. Let's go ahead and let me get this, get the court pulled back up. I just wanted to talk about that for a second because I was thinking last night, Jesus, can you think of anything else? And why can't you take responsibility for anything you've done? Then you know what came to my mind? Absolutely it did. What came to my mind was, narcissist. And do we have a psychopath on our hands? Because we might just have a psychopath in our hands known as Lindsay Clancy. Because what I see, this does not go with what I just don't think it's really as simple as postpartum. I really think that she always had an underlying mental health condition that nobody talked about, but I think they always knew. I really do believe that. So today we should start with, let me get up here and get my paper together. Let's see. Okay. Here's my trial. I'll tell you where we're going to start today. Looks like we're going to start with number 43. Going to be witness number 43 today. We'll get started. Take my notes and get ready to write all this down. So, today is my baby boy's actual birthday. He's actually 19 today. We just celebrated over the weekend with family. But his actual birthday is today. So this afternoon, we're going to go. He lives in downtown Austin, pretty much, off of 26th Street, over there right by the college. So we're going to go down to his apartment this afternoon, and he loves pizza. So we're going to do pizza, and he loves creme brulee. So I'm going to stop and get him some creme brulee somewhere, and that's what we're going to do for his birthday. But it works out just fine because the trial will be stopped already by the time my husband picks me up. So another great day here in the land of trials. Let me see if WJAR has actually pulled their live feed, because when I first looked, it was not up yet. I'm thinking, ooh, I prefer to do WJAR. Let's see. Let's see, 7, day 8. Who's this? East Idaho. Let's see. Look at this right here from Court TV. Lindsay Clancy weaves as doctors detail fight to save her baby son. Well, they talk about it, but I don't necessarily think it was a huge detail about them fighting to save her baby son. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's the way I saw it. Look at this one. New twist in Lindsay Clancy trial. Evidence revealed in court. Pill bottles. Okay, yeah, she had a lot of pill bottles, but she wasn't taking them, actually, was she? Let's see, Court TV is going to cover this today. This is Law and Crime is going to cover this today. I'm just looking at all the live streams for today. Okay. All right, let me go back up here. I was hoping that WJAR would cover it because I kind of like their stream. It has no kind of interruptions and that kind of thing. Let me see. Whoops, hang on. It's WJAR News 10 is what it is. Hang on, let me see if it's full, if it's already up. Okay, see, I don't see it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it. So we'll just stick with what we had. We'll go back. It's all right. No big deal. There's AP. All right, let me get rid of all that right over there. We'll just stick with theirs this morning. We know they're going to be late. They always are. There's that. Look at it. Circling. All right. There we go. We're ready. So that's pretty much, it's just wild. The whole thing is wild. And I really am sick of these, the perpetrators. Everybody makes excuses for them. Everything, there is an excuse for everything they do. Every single one of them. What about them being responsible for themselves? Here's the thing. I remember from even Patrick, they had discussions where they talked about what she told you she felt like she was going to harm the children, right? And then he says, no, but we absolutely heard her. We heard the testimony that, yes, she said she felt like she was going to hurt the children. Why didn't you remove her from the house then? Why didn't you take her somewhere and admit her somewhere then? Maybe your babies would still be alive. But here's the flip question. Pam, let me ask you something. Since I don't mean to pick on you, but you're the one here I'm talking, you're sitting here talking to me. But do you think that there's a possibility that maybe Lindsay noticed that her husband was slowly slipping away from her, out of her fingers, because he was tired of her bullshit? Do you think that maybe there was the possibility that she knew he was going to walk out the door, so she would do all of these things for attention? Because I do wonder about that. How do you feel? Do you think so? I mean, it's always the babies. It's always the children who are hurt when you've got situations like this. When you've got a man and a woman who are not getting along, the babies pay the price. Look at Gannon Stouch. That's a perfect example right there, Gannon Stouch. Because Letitia knew that Al would never love her the way that he loved Gannon Stouch, she killed him. She thought, well, I'll just get rid of him, and then I don't have that competition anymore, and everything will just be fine, because that's what delusional idiots do right there. That's what they do. So, I mean, and the list goes on and on with these people. Oh, Pam, do you keep up with Gypsy Rose Blanchard? There's been some more of these telephone calls released, and oh my God, I am going to do another Gypsy Rose Blanchard live. I might do it tonight. I might do it tonight or tomorrow night. I'm not sure. But absolutely 100%. Christy Blanchard started selling Gypsy Rose Blanchard the day she got arrested. They were quickly trying to find an attorney to sell the story to. And because Gypsy Rose Blanchard and family knew that she could not make the money off of the story, listen to this. This is fact, absolute facts. Gypsy Rose Blanchard sold the rights to her story to Kirsty, I'm calling her Krusty, to Christy and Rod Blanchard, and then Christy and Rod Blanchard turned around and sold the story to other people. That is how she's getting paid for the story. They committed fraud right then and there. And I wish somebody would charge them with fraud. All of the whole mess was nothing but a lie. They knew they were lying from day one. They knew the whole story was a made-up bunch of garbage. You know what shocks me? Mike Stanfield, their attorney. Yes, Mike Stanfield, I'm talking to you. You know 100% what you told the courts was not true. You all had the medical records right in front of you. And Mike Stanfield, I'm talking to you. When you sent the medical records to the district attorney's office, you picked through them before you sent them over so that you could paint a narrative blaming Dee Dee Blanchard for her own death, creating a false narrative, selling it to the courts to have people feel sorry for Gypsy Rose Blanchard, the murdering piece of shit she really is. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I don't like her. I don't like how she's been sold. I don't like the fact that she still walks out there every single day making money off of the death of her mother. Living the life of Raleigh. Her mother didn't get a choice. Her mother was given a child with a freaking sociopath. And Gypsy Rose Blanchard has always been a sociopath. She is one of those people that was born that way. Okay? And if you listen to Christy Rose Blanchard talk, she goes back and starts talking about the addictions in their own family. And guess who else had addiction problems and mental problems? That's right. Christy said it. Rod Blanchard's own father. So you want to go back and talk about where all of these things that went wrong with Gypsy Rose Blanchard came from? Let's look at that side of the family. Quit blaming Dee Dee because it wasn't Dee Dee. Let's also talk about I'm on my tangent now. Let's also talk about the fact that Christy was always in the marriage of Dee Dee and Rod. Always. The only reason why he married Dee Dee was because she was pregnant, which that is never the reason. But in that time, people used to be like that. They used to be, oh, I'm pregnant, I got to get married. They just felt like that was the right thing to do. We know now today that that's really not the right thing to do. Yeah. Pam, I'm going to have to, you're going to have to come back and I've done a few lives on Gypsy Rose Blanchard, but I'll catch you up on the whole case. We'll spend a whole day just doing Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I think I need to start over on her and actually go back to the very beginning based on what we know now versus what we knew then. Because there is a lot of information has came out since Into the Weeds and some of the other creators pulled together the FOIAs, which is the information. It's called the Freedom of Information Act, and you can go out and you can go to the courts, you can go to the sheriff's office, you can go to the counties, and you can get the whole case file. Now, it's going to cost you some money, but you can get your hands on it. Because once you start going through this case file and you find all the different parts that happened from the beginning to the end, you're like, my God, poor Nick never had a chance. And Gypsy Rose Blanchard 100% did exactly to Ryan Anderson what she did to Nick go to jail. She needed a place to go when she got out of prison. She needed some kind of support system to show that she could be let out after she served 85% of her term. You have to plan for that. You can't just, you're going to be eligible, so let's start thinking about it now. Hell no. She started planning her exit out of the criminal. She started out of prison as soon as she got to prison. She knew from day one when she got there that she only had to serve 85%. So what did she start doing? Her and Christy Blanchard and Mike Stanfield started planning her exit out of the prison system, and it included her thinking that she was some kind of a movie star, thinking that she was some kind of an influencer, thinking that she was famous. She's not famous. She's infamous. People who kill their own parents are never famous people. They're just infamous. People know what they did because it's all over the news. If nobody would have ever reported her story, if nobody would have ever done an HBO documentary, if nobody would have ever covered anything that happened to that bitch, she would not be all over YouTube, all over TikTok, all over the place with children looking up to her. That's right, I said it. There are people who don't realize their children think that Gypsy Rose Blanchard is the hero. That is a sad situation. That should never happen. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is a menace to society. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, no children should ever look up to Gypsy Rose Blanchard. But what she does is because she knows that the teenagers or the young people see her as some sort of a hero because she killed her mother, claiming that she was abused. She was never abused. That's all a lie. And so they look up to her. There are even cases, and it's already happened. Well, I'm just going to pull a Gypsy Rose Blanchard, and they kill their parent. Well, guess where they're at? They're in jail, prison, going to prison. They're not getting the cushy little sentence that Gypsy Rose Blanchard got. They're not going to get that second-degree murder. Those people are going to end up in prison forever. Okay, but they do it thinking, well, look, Gypsy Rose Blanchard only had to spend 8.5 years in jail. Then she steps out of prison, and she's got a 9 million follow. She's got a following on TikTok of 9 million people, so she's making money hand over fist. So you've got young people who are so stupid that they don't understand, and they're repeating the same behavior. That's why you cannot make people like that infamous. You can't put them all over the news. You can't put them all over TikTok and YouTube. People like that should not be allowed to have TikTok and YouTube channels. This should never happen. There is something inherently wrong with the system when you have convicted felons of murder with channels. If you can murder your mother or you can murder anybody, that tells you something's wrong in your damn head. But no, here we are all over the place with these idiots having channels, making money, selling themselves all over the place. Anyway, let's see what time it is. It's 8:12. This should be starting soon. I can't wait for it to start. And remember, we're going to start with witness number 43 this morning. So there we go. Get your coffee, get your popcorn, get ready. Come on in, come on in. Let me go fix something. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a soda. I need some more caffeine. Yeah. Okay, got my little soda. Last night when I was doing my little live about the court, the lawsuits that they filed, my little dogs were in here with me. Well, remember, my little girl dog was hyperactive. She wouldn't lay down. She wouldn't go to sleep. She just kept on and on. She was disrupting me. I had to get up and make her go lay down. Anyway, so this morning she's exhausted. So now she's laying with her, snoring her ass off. So if you hear some little noises, it's her snoring. She's tired. She stayed awake too long last night. Isn't that kind of funny? It is kind of funny. I love these little dogs, but damn, they're a lot to take care of. All right, here, let me fix this. Come on now, we're ready for court to start. Let's go, let's go. All right. Day 8. We are on day 8. Lindsay Clancy. And here's my question. Is it bipolar or is it schizophrenia? Which one is it? Come on, Lindsay. Which one is it? You want to tell us what it was? Were you always this way? Is this new? Were you hiding this from everybody before? I don't know. Let's find out. Here we go. All right. I'm ready to go when they're ready to go. Okay. One little thing to fix this. So I'm walking by after going and turning off some other lights and stuff, and I'm walking by, and some little Frenchie, she's over there laying in her little bed, and she just cracks open one eye and gives me that side eye like she's telling me to sit down and shut up and be quiet. She's trying to sleep. Oh my God, they're funny. So let's look and let's see if there's any fun facts we need to talk about today while we wait. Fun facts. No, I can't think of any. Other than, oh, they're fixing to start. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Witness number 43. Well, somebody's walking their dog down the street. It's not allowed on my street. Sorry. They just can't help themselves. All right, let me shut the blinds so they can't see it. As long as they can't see it, it's okay. Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, Pam, is everything loud enough so you can hear? Is the microphone working okay? I want to make sure it's close enough so that we don't have spots where it sounds like I'm not at the microphone, because I noticed that a little bit last night. It was a little bit spotty. Now I'm going to take myself out of the screen and just show only the courtroom, because when they start showing evidence, I want y'all to be able to see every bit of the evidence. There we go. But I am here. Here, everybody, let's take a row here. That's root beer. It doesn't taste as good as I thought it would. Okay, that's all right. Well, we'll just go with it. Woo, today it's going with the heat index, it's going to be 103 here in Leander, Texas, where I live. So that's hot. That's extremely hot. But it is August. So. Oh, you know what? Let me tell you about something interesting. So, my birthday is actually September the 9th. And I will be 66 years old. So my husband and I are going to go to this place. It's called Fort Davis. Now, it's right there beside Marfa, Texas. Have you ever heard of the Marfa Lights? It's kind of like some phenomenon that they don't quite know what it is. So we're going to go there on the 9th through the 12th. And we're going to go to the Marfa, Texas for the lights. And then we're going to go to Fort Davis and go check out some of the sites there. There's an observatory there. It's only open at night. Plus, they have another little area at night that they have kind of shut off where you can go park. Okay, because there's no lights at all. It's like the darkest place in Texas. So there's this place that they have over there where people go and park. And you get your little chair, and you can go out there and you can star watch. It's pretty cool. I'm very excited about going. Now, it's like a 7-hour drive from where I live, but you're still in Texas. So that's a long way. But they have an interesting store there. There's a Prada store there. Yes, a Prada store. But you can't go into the store. It's some kind of art piece that's been there for years. I think it's pretty interesting. So we'll be going there. I can't wait to share pictures from that event. Someday I'm going to share pictures of all of our vacations. We've traveled extensively. My son loves to travel. And he will tell you his favorite vacation that we ever took was when we went to Hawaii and we got on this ship called the Pride of America. And it is the only cruise ship that's actually registered in the United States. But it only goes to the islands of Hawaii. So it makes stops at these different little islands in Hawaii. So someday we'll sit and talk about that. It really was quite beautiful. Absolutely. If I could move there, I would. But my God, you can't afford to live in Hawaii. Everything is expensive. Every single thing. But anyway. Just a little something to talk about while we wait. Air conditioner just popped on. It's going to get cold in this little room. So, let's see. Nope, they still haven't started. All right, that's okay. We're ready. We are ready. You know, after I had this back surgery and stuff, okay, so there's this little thing. We'll just talk for a few minutes while we wait. I'm just talking about whatever comes to my mind. So after you have had back surgery and they do fusions and stuff, what happens is eventually the fusions above and below, wherever they are, your other vertebrae will start to become problematic. It'll be years down the road, but it will happen. They will be problematic later. So this has now kind of started happening. So my left leg and hip has kind of had problems. So they told me, they said, okay, well, you obviously, we can't do any more surgery on your hip or your leg because of listen to what they said, Pam, because of your age. I'm like, what do you mean my age? They say, well, it won't heal. I thought, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard. So I went and got a second opinion. And what did the second opinion tell me? The exact same thing. So I told my husband, I said, listen, you got to move my little studio stuff because I'm not stopping my YouTube channel. I really enjoy speaking with my friends and having a good time on YouTube. I said, you got to move everything downstairs. So he moved everything out of his weight room to the other upstairs and put me down here in his old weight room. Well, what he didn't tell me was it gets freaking cold as shit in here, even though there's a big window. It is super cold, and I think because the ceiling's so tall, it's super loud. So I'm in here with a blanket on a summer day because it's too cold in this room all day long. It's crazy. I know. It's crazy. So if you ever see me with a sweater on, it's not that I'm crazy. It's just that I'm in a room that's super cold. So, yeah, a little tidbit. And you go, God, you sound like a rambling fool. Well, I don't want to sit here with just quiet. We need to be talking about something, and my partner's not here to talk to me. So, yeah, Sprinkled Donut, where you at this morning? I thought she was going to join us last night, but I think she'd already went to sleep. But she is going to be so interested in what we learned last night. She's going to be really interested in that. Let me move this bottle. My Cokes and stuff out of the way. You know, I need a little refrigerator in here and a little to hold my Cokes and leave my little coffee pot in here, so I don't have to leave the room. So when I'm YouTubing, I can just YouTube. Just kidding. All right, here we go. Come on now, let's go. All right. Oh, I hear noise. They're fixing to start. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Witness number 43.
All right. Jurors entering.
I wish they had microphones. He's already bitching.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
It's 8:24. That's how late they are.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation.
Y'all come on in.
And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Okay.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Should we have her name spelled right?
Good morning. You solemnly say that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury is
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Counselor Sylvia for a second?
Oh boy. Again, the sidebar first thing in the morning. Here we go. It's every morning. They get everybody seated. They have a sidebar. You might as well get used to that. Yeah. So I really should put on my when I'm going to go live at about 8:15 in the morning because they're always late. But the minute I do that, they will be early. And then the thing I'm going to pull up, let me get this over here right quick. Hang on. And you all know that I'm keeping up with the witness number and their name so that when we talk about this case, we can talk about it having our facts straight and exactly who said what. When we have a panel about this later, it will help because we're not going to have the transcript. So they just won't allow that. She looks mean. She looks like she could be my cousin.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again, looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests, such as toxicology.
And I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheter in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, so let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape. All right. I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part, the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy, and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedure.
Okay, quickly, I just wanted to stop for a second and say, I want y'all to pay attention to her over here. They're not going to show the autopsy pictures, and I'm glad they're not, because the children deserve their dignity. Even the fact, she took their dignity away by killing them, right? But they still deserve to have their dignity preserved as best we can. So I'm glad they're not showing any of that to the public. But watch the bitch over here. And the judge over there telling them, don't feel sympathy, don't be angry. What the hell? They're people. Here we go.
His arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there, just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck, and on the left side of the neck.
And if you could now have photo.
She's going to get loud, and they're going to stop the court. Do y'all want to bet money on that? Because I can see this happening right now. Because the one thing the judge nor the attorneys want is the jury to watch her break down. And that's what's fixing to happen. Here we go.
Graph 663. If you could tell tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor?
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about half an inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. A 1/16th of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is half an inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by a 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top one.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor. First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph, and then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those. We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead, and that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. So there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and the carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
So basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when the pressure gets too great.
Let me just stop for a second. Let me ask you a question. Let me make sure that everybody heard exactly what I heard. We just heard that there was healing, scabs, and abrasions, things that happened to his face and head prior to the strangulation. Was there some sort of abuse to these children that was not discussed anywhere else about to come out in this testimony? Okay, I want y'all to listen carefully to what these doctors are saying today. Okay, here we go.
Is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes.
Good
Most
morning,
texts
Leslie.
say
So good to see
capillaries,
you.
some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. They may be admitted.
Do you hear him? Do you hear him? Objection, 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 objection. Reddington, this is your client. This is what she did. Stop objecting to the evidence in this case. If you want her to be found sane or insane, the evidence has to be shown. We have to have a fair trial. Here we go, guys. Oh, this attorney. Damn it.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy, next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Ooh.
Counsel? All right. Thank you. You may step down, doctor.
Thank you.
All right,
Cute
Counsel,
picture,
can I see
Leslie.
just briefly?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming on in. Appreciate you seeing you come out of the bushes. I bet they're going to discuss the fact that she's so upset because of these autopsy pictures, etc. Right? Yeah, of course. Of course he would do this. Yeah, of course. Don't tell me they're going to call trial today because she can't keep it together. Or are they going to medicate her so she's not testifying anyway?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close
Okay, the
door.
jurors are going to leave?
Come on, chairs.
Oh, my God. Listen to her. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You know, you can hold court without her being there. They can put her in a separate room, turn on a monitor so she can watch, and it still counts that she is present. She doesn't have to sit in the courtroom and cry. Of course, we're going to have a recess. Yeah. I don't feel one bit. Okay. Listen, this is what's changing my mind here, because I was trying to be objective. I wanted you to go with, well, let's hear all the evidence first. But I'm having a super hard time because I keep going back to things that we found in the lawsuit and things we're hearing in court, making me feel like she always had a mental health problem, that somebody somewhere should have noticed that she was never able to keep it together, but yet still had 3 children. I don't understand. I don't. Of course, it's not meant for me to understand everything. I get that. So we'll just talk for a few minutes while we wait. But this trial is going to last 6 months if they can't control her so that they can get through the testimony. I understand. Listen, there's no way I could even sit in that courtroom. I would be crying horribly all day long. But I could never kill my own children. I don't care what kind of fake psychosis bullshit you want to claim. I could never do that, ever. Period. No. Not going to happen. Because when we read the lawsuit and it discussed that how she felt like she was just going through some emotion. She knew she was doing it. She knew she was doing it. And the fact that now we know 100% she went in there and took a bunch of benzos before she did this. We know. Okay? There is no excuse. Right. I'm sorry. I couldn't say, it's okay, girl. It's okay. Leslie, it's always okay. You know how I feel. I don't care when y'all watch it, do it, replay, whatever. Just come on in whenever you can. The thing about, like, some of these things that we do really should just be a podcast because there's really nothing to watch. I'm just reading it, right? So it's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I'll tell you something funny that happened the other day. And I was a bit shocked. I'll be honest with you, I was a bit shocked. Because, as we're sitting here all day long watching this trial, there's this little number thing over here that y'all don't see, but I see. And it moves up and down all day long because there's some weird thing that happens between Kick and YouTube, because it's also being shown live on Kick, where it just jumps around all day long. I never noticed how many people actually watched this because I had over 1,300 views to that day. I was so excited. Thank you all. Yes, thank you all. I really never thought I would be showing live trials, but now I'm glad I did. I mean, this is my first live trial to show the whole trial. But I'm glad I decided to do it because it really is. I'm not going to say it's fun, but it's interesting, and you do learn a lot of things, and you get to spend a lot of time with your chat members and your subscribers and your friends. So, good morning, everyone. Sprinkled Donut is with us. Yay! There she is. There she is. Thank you. How you doing, Sprinkled Donut? I know you were probably asleep last night when I sent you the little notice that I was going to do that short live and go through the lawsuit that Patrick and Lindsay had filed. If you did not get a chance to watch that last night, go back and watch it because we read both of the lawsuits. And in the lawsuit, it absolutely discusses what Lindsay Clancy did that day. And it absolutely tells us, yes, she went and took a handful, I'm going to say handful, but it said she went and took an amount of benzos and then did all of this. So, was it drug-induced? Yeah, it could have been drug-induced, but that is not the doctor's fault. That is not the hospital's fault. That is nobody's fault but Lindsay Clancy. Period. The end. That's it. I know why she's doing this. Because she filed a wrongful death suit against the hospitals and the doctors, she is wanting to be found legally not sane to win that lawsuit. I'll tell you something. When I read Patrick Clancy's lawsuit, which I realized Patrick is not on trial. I understand that. But in Patrick Clancy's lawsuit, he claims that he needs to be reimbursed for the amount of money he spent for funerals to bury his children. It's not stated in those words, but that's exactly what it means. I thought to myself, hey, you got $1.3 million from a GoFundMe that helped pay for those babies to be buried. Why are you trying to claim you need to be reimbursed for that? What the hell is wrong with you? God almighty. Thank you, Sprinkle. I'm getting on my tangent now because I'm upset about it. That really changed my mind. Reading those lawsuits changed my mind about both of these people. Because one of them, I believe, has always been schizophrenic or with sociopath or narcissistic, one of them. And the other one has always been a little bit narcissistic himself. So when you have that combination, very, very controlled people, both trying to control every moment of their life, that is like pouring gasoline and lighting them. It's like the gasoline and the match always being together. Fire, fire, fire. Right? Red flag, red flag, red flag. And so I sort of see them that way after reading all that. Yeah. That really made me angry last night. Yeah, it really made me angry last night. Because in this trial, they're not even being honest with us. They are leaving out parts that are very important. We already heard the testimony from the doctors from the toxicology. They talked about it, but they skipped all around it. They never told us that, yes, she did take a handful of benzos before she did this. You don't know that until you go read the lawsuit. Then you find out, oh hell, there's the damn truth right there. That's what happened right there. Period. But somebody could have went and took a half a bottle of sleeping pills and done the same thing. You don't have to be prescribed a drug to overdose yourself and then go do something stupid, because it was stupid, to kill your children. or jump out of a car, or jump out of a window, whatever it may be. You don't have to have prescribed drugs to do that, right? So I don't understand. I just don't understand. Yeah, gas and fire is exactly right. Exactly right, Sprinkled. Thank you. Oh boy. Leslie, Sprinkle, when I first started talking this morning before trial started, I started talking about Gypsy Rose Blanchard. You and I have got to get together and do a new Gypsy Rose Blanchard. They have released new phone calls, and in these new phone calls, Sprinkle Donut, you're going to hear exactly how she's getting paid. Because in the beginning, they knew she could not make money off of her case. So she sold her rights to the case to Rod and Kirsty. So Rod and Christy Blanchard, Krusty and Rod, the liars, owned the rights to her case. And then they turned around and sold them, made deals to make the documentary, write them, all of that. The money was paid to Rod and Christy, not paid to Miss Thang. And that is how Gypsy Rose Blanchard has managed to profit off of the death of her mother. That's what's going on here. That's the damn truth. And that's another thing that was hidden from the world. Nobody knew that had happened until these new phone calls were released 2 days ago. I just heard it this morning. And that made me mad as hell. And I started my day out with that tangent. But first over here on Little Red and Sprinkle Donut, when we get pissed off and we get sidetracked and we start talking, oh boy, everything comes out. Jeez. All right, let's see. Let's see if they're going to start back yet. Okay, because this runs just a couple of minutes behind because we stop and talk. All right, nope. They're not started back yet. I'm sorry. I hope y'all don't hear my little babies over there. They're just over here snoring a little bit. They're pretty tired this morning. So, yeah, look at Leslie. She's got a mad face on too. I can't help but be mad. I really can't. Yeah, get out of my head. Yes, Sprinkle Donut. Yes. See, we know each other so well. The other one can finish the other person's sentence. We know what we're thinking, and that's what makes us a good team. And I really do enjoy when we do our lives together. It's absolutely fun. Yeah, I know. Sometimes we interrupt each other talking, but that's just what friends do. That's just what we do. That's us. Oh my God. So let's see. Why don't we plan on doing a live on Gypsy Rose Blanchard? You want to do it on Sunday? Let's get together on Sunday and just start and do a really long live. Like it might be a 3 or 4 hour live because we'll start at the beginning and we'll go all the way through to where we end up with a phone call where Christy and Gypsy are talking about the fact that I'm so glad that you signed your rights over to me so we can make this money for you for when you get out. Yeah. Okay, great, Sprinkle Donut. We'll set that up. I'll get that set up. Because, she always knew from the moment she stepped into that courtroom that she only had to serve 85% of that time. She knew it from day one. They started selling this shit as soon as she got arrested because it is odd for a child to kill their mother. She wasn't a child. She was almost 24 years old. All right. So that is odd that somebody would kill their mother. But then when they drug this other part of the story out, it really got to be a big deal because, again, when you start rattling off Munchausen, which is very rare in itself, then people really are interested in what the hell, that poor child. She was never a poor child, ever. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, shut up and sit down, you lying little bitch. That's right, I said it, and I will say it. I am not monetized, and I can say curse words not monetized. Also, let me tell y'all about something else that's happened while we are talking. The other day, I did a little live about the Innocence Project being fooled by a man named Edward Graff. And they absolutely were made to look like a fool because they fought for him to get out of prison. After 27 years, he got a new trial. They're in the middle of this trial. They go through the trial, and right before the defense rests their case, they come up with a plan to go ahead and plea yes, he killed the children. But here's the deal. there was a little rule in Texas between a certain little block of period of time where they had to do mandatory release. Okay, it didn't matter what your crime was. It was called mandatory release. So after you did 1/3 of your sentence, which he got he got death on one case and 99 years on the other case. Well, because he got a new trial, so that was all thrown out. But because he had served 1/3 of that 99-year sentence, guess what? He walked out of that courtroom a free man. The Innocence Project looked like fools. He used them, and they were see, you can't believe everything you hear. You can't believe that the Innocence Project can't be fooled, because they absolutely were. You got to ask yourself, how many other times has a person been able to fool a group of attorneys into believing that they were absolutely innocent? I'm sure he's not the only one. But let me tell you what. So after all of that, I found the original information that I used right there on YouTube. Right? It was a 5-year-old video that I found right there on YouTube. So we finished our live. I'm sitting back. I think everything's cool. The next day I look on YouTube, and there it is. They have blocked my Innocence Project video. And they tried to claim that this story from whatever it was not allowed to be shown on YouTube. I thought to myself, what? Yeah, thank you, Sprinkle Donut, from 1977 to 1987. It was not allowed to be shown on YouTube. So I went back and I wrote a dispute and actually put the URL or the link to that particular live that I got the information from on the dispute. So we'll see what happens on that, because it's shown. Okay, do you know how it gets recorded in 2 different ways? One of them is blocked, and the other one just shows the potential for not earning. I'm like, how stupid. I don't know. Everything is bot driven. I don't know if y'all know that. And you're right, Sprinkle Donut. Rod came around when the money was started coming in. That's right. Rod was never interested in her. No, I don't even know why he showed up whenever she was arrested. What was that about? I don't know. But you know, as soon as she was arrested and Mike Stanfield got it. See, Mike, okay, here's another part of the story that we need to bring out whenever we do our live. Mike Stanfield already knew Gypsy Rose Blanchard from something else. So understand that right now. He was not just some person they picked up and hired. He already knew her from something else, and that's how he got involved. There is a phone call from 2016, was it? Yeah. In December of 2016. Now, she killed her mother in June of 2015. But there's a phone call you're going to hear from June of 2016 where you can hear Christy telling Gypsy, we are actively trying to hire you an entertainment attorney. An entertainment attorney. Right. Because they already planned for her to have a big following. Also, in December of 2016, there is somebody that she's talking to the phone that's saying, oh, you have 399,000 followers over on TikTok. She goes, yay, almost 400,000. You see how long they were planning on her coming out and being some sort of star that she thinks she's not a star. Get that straight. She never will be a star, ever, period. Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting to hear all that. That's why I'm so fired up this morning, because I heard that phone call. I heard the phone calls this morning, and that really lit a fire under my ass about Gypsy Rose Blanchard and how pissed off I am about her coming out of prison and children looking up to her. That is disgusting. Anyway, okay, they need to come on back to court so I can quit talking about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, because it makes me so angry. Just angry as hell. I don't know why. It just does. I don't know why. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can do this from over here. Hang on a second, guys. Let me see. I might be able to. No, I can't do it from right there. I have to go over there. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Come on. We're ready for this trial to get going. We've not even. Okay. Well, next witness will be witness number 44. And I'm sure it's going to be another type of a medical examiner or something, because they only talked about Dawson Callan at that point. They're going to be talking about the other two children. There will be different MEs that did the other two children. That's what I think is we're going to hear. The thing about it is with Callan, I know that he was actually pronounced on the 27th, but technically, when he went to the hospital, I know that they do what they have to do and save these children, but he was basically already brain dead at that time. They were able to restart his heart, but he really never recovered any type of brain function. They were basically keeping him alive. And I know this is morbid, and I'm sorry, but we've got to be honest here, so that family members could arrive to be able to say goodbye to an 8-month-old baby. 8 months old. That is the kind of monster that we're watching over here, cry and act a fool in court because she looked so bad to the jury. She feels so bad. Right? Okay. But see, the little details we heard a few minutes ago about, was there some scabbing from some injuries on his head already that were there prior to her strangling him? What is not being told to us? They are withholding things. There are a lot of secrets in that household. Another secret I think that's happening, and I've said this over and over, and I will continue to say it over and over, because she said it herself. Patrick was slipping away. Because Patrick was already slipping away. I think that Patrick was already done with her bullshit. Right? All right. I just had to say it. I just have to say it. I think that he was on his way out, and she needed attention. And what's the best way to get attention? Right. I'm crazy and I killed my children. Patrick, you have to stay. Remember, he said he was going to support her. But look how quickly she had to change that medical proxy. I'm sure that probably drove her right over the edge when on February the 6th, she had to switch it from her husband to her parents, because her husband was like, I'm freaking done, bitch. I'm done. Right? He took his $1.3 million and he walked out the damn door. That's what happened here. Here we go. Come on, y'all. Let's get back to trial. Oh, boy. I almost feel like I could start a whole nother live show over here while we wait on them to come back and finish this trial. She's not going to be able to pull it together. They're going to give her medication. She's going to be like a damn zombie because she can't stop crying. Crying over what she did to her children. I'll tell you one thing, though. Remember, let's talk about Letitia Stouch for a minute. Remember when she was in court? You never saw her cry, not one moment, not one tear about what she did to Gannon. Not one. I'll tell you another little thing about Letitia Stouch. This is something I just remember, and I will never forget this. As I watched that trial happen, and I listened to everything, just like we're listening here, I noticed that she really thought she was not going to be found sane. She really thought she was walking out of there, going to a mental institute somewhere for a little while, and then coming right back out. She never thought in a lifetime that she would be going to prison for the rest of her life. Yes, she got a new trial, but it's totally on a technicality. Yeah. He was like, bye. You're right, Sprinkle Donut. He was like, bye-bye. See you later. I can't stay married to you. You look like a damn fool. You killed our children. What's wrong with you, right? But what's wrong with him? Listen about what's wrong with him. He's not on trial here, and I know that. And he didn't do anything to these children, and I know that. But when you have a mom who is capable of hurting the children and has made statements to you that she felt like she could, and you don't remove the children from her, there's something wrong with you. Now, I'm going to say it. He should have removed those children from her care. Maybe they would still be alive. But we all have hindsight's 20/20, right? We all realize after the fact, if we would have done A, then B would not have happened, right? Okay. So I don't know what they're doing, but let's see. Nothing yet. Okay, still nothing. So we can only sit and talk. That's all we can do. Let's pull up. I'm going to pull up something over here. Hang on. Okay. I'm thinking about putting a poll up, but I need y'all to answer. I'm not going to put the poll up unless you guys will answer the poll, because it kind of looks silly to have a poll that nobody answers, right? What is the likelihood that Lindsay Clancy will be found insane at the end of this trial? Yeah. Letitia boils my blood. Yeah, I know, Sprinkle. She boils mine too. Letitia makes me mad as hell. She's right over there with Gypsy Rose Blanchard. But here's the thing. All three of these women are damn sociopaths. When you think about what the definition of a sociopath is, right there, like Ted Bundy and Dahmer. I mean, the list goes on. Adam Montgomery, the list goes on. They're all the same people. They're just either male or female, born on different times and different eras. I mean, different years. Okay. So the likelihood, here's the question that I put out. What is the likelihood that Lindsay Clancy will be found insane at the end of this trial? Here's what ChatGTP says. The likelihood is low, but not zero. Her defense has a path, but it's an uphill climb. Amen. Why the insanity verdict is hard to win in Massachusetts. Let's talk about that for a minute. To be found insane, Lindsay must meet both. She had mental disease or defect, and because of that disease, she could not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions or could not conform her behavior to the law. Now, that's a very high bar. Most defendants with severe mental illness still do not qualify because prosecutors only need to show, number one, planning, number two, awareness, number three, concealment, and number four, purposeful behavior. And Lindsay's case has elements that prosecution will hammer hard. So let's talk about what those are. Her actions before the incident showed planning, asking her husband to get takeout, waiting till he left, locking the doors, attempting to harm herself afterwards. That's planning, right? Prosecutors are going to argue those that show intent, not psychosis. Now, her statement afterwards, these are the reasons why she will be found sane and spend her time in prison. Her statements afterward. If she made statements showing awareness of what happened, which she absolutely did, number two, regret, and number three, fear of consequences. Oh, they're coming back. Here we go. Yeah, we'll pick this up later. Okay. All right.
For the purpose of the record, return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Your Honor.
All right.
Yay.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury.
Notice, is she there? Okay. I'm sure she got medicated. Well, pass it around, bitch. Don't be stingy with your medication. Just joking. Yeah, Leslie, I don't either. I think she's going to go straight to prison. I think she knows it already.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Well, look how many people are there for her today. That's more than the yesterday, more than the day before. Look, that guy staring at the camera.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Okay, this is witness number 44.
Come on. You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in your nature shall be Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
Hi, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rochert, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long had you worked there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time I'd move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objections?
By agreement.
They may be admitted.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes. So since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that, when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list, medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
As you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Huh. All right. I wonder why she asked about 12:22 or 27.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2030.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
Good answer.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck, and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Latasha Dukes, nothing about her.
No.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep, or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Did you know that she called the suicide hotline twice towards the end of December?
Overall.
I did not know that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Did you know that she had been to Mass General Hospital, and then ultimately on New Year's of 2022 into 2023, self-admitted to McLean Mental Institution.
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Oh, whoa. Very inappropriate, and that should have been objected to. You are leading the witness, number one, by saying she was a hell of a mother. And number two, no, the pediatrician would not know anything about the mother's health. She's treating the children, not the mother. God almighty.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Witness number 45 will be next. My God.
Commonwealth calls Susan Frayone.
I wonder what she does.
Watch your step, please.
Hey.
Morning.
Hi. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Frayone, SUNFRAONE,
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts,
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or is that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him?
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross.
Morning.
Of course.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is drop off? What is that? I'm sorry.
When the parents dropped the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asks you were there difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either. I don't know, but
Times.
so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion? I guess that Dawson
Yes.
would cry.
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down. Thank you.
All right, let's talk for just a second. So why was Patrick all of a sudden doing all the drop-offs? Was it because Lindsay was complaining that she couldn't drive anymore, the medication? I mean, what was really going on in that household? That's something I just wonder about. Anyway, here we go. We're going to welcome witness number 46.
Susan Bertolo is next witness.
Come on, now. Stop right there and raise your right hand to the clerk, please. Ms. McLeese, watch your step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right. And keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, like toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the Sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the Sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15.
and then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the Sunflower Room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes, so the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the Sunflower Room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the Sweet Pea Room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the Sunflower Room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay. So fair to say you then interacted with her at least 3 days.
Yes.
In the morning, and then she went to the Sweet Pea Room in the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was the teacher in the Sweet Pea Room?
Stephanie.
Would you be present when Cora was dropped off in the morning?
Myself or my worker Karen. We took turns.
And fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with
Correct.
The number of kids in the class.
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know, or do you recall, who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it. So we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch. And if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child. And that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you?
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the Sweet Pea Room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay. And that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly, and I just was letting her know. And she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day? Yep. Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was that she said something about mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember that it was said.
But to say it was closer time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to number 47.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give which you shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak in the microphone, voice up, pull that down a little bit for you. That's it. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams.
And Williams, that's just common spelling?
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher.
And where do you work?
At Learning Sprouts Children's Center.
And where is that located?
In Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
Okay. And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes,
And how many people teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5 year olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack. And if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally, the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yeah, that's when we closed, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sports when she was 3. Mm-hmm. And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5, yes, she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower room?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
I'm going to get upset.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she, when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just did? Oh.
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does the parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Yes, because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson. We'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
When she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
All right. On to witness number 48.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hennigan.
Typo. Sorry.
Please. Watch your step, please. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards, in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022. So after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups. And I asked that woman, could you share those names? And I sent them to Lindsay.
Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth? as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
Okay. And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in. And we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a happy new year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was, in fact, at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program, I believe I said. So maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking. So I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katrina Reddington.
Good morning.
So even during the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through
yes,
till she finally had the last baby, right? Mm-hmm. Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay, it was more of a calling that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart, and mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes. She talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon? Or
the night shift?
Night shift.
Mm-hmm.
So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
She didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Almost calls Bethany to call this.
raise your right hand for the clerk, please. Watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany Colibus, BETHANY
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realize that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that?
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that? Or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct? But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her and having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
It was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers. And I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And during this conversation at dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
She was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And do you recall stating previously that at the she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11. Look at page 11 and bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12. Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure, yeah.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bennington.
So, Moni,
Morning.
fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively, it's like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end of time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids? Did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was the type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms?
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers?
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat that?
No, it's a bad question. Never mind. It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You've been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's a way of keeping in touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
but also on occasion you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you, my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned. Yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it, as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Let me step down. Council, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please. Girls, no folks.
Okay. So we will just talk for a few minutes, I guess. Let's all go get our popcorn, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff while they take their morning break. This is an incredibly strange trial to me. I've never really heard anybody have so many problems over not sleeping well. Hell, I sleep maybe 3 or 4 hours a night myself. It doesn't seem to affect me. I don't understand. You know, this is bizarre. I'm going to, in my opinion, and Leslie agrees too, that, thank you, Leslie, keeping it real, that she always had this bizarre mental whatever it was, and she seemed very self-consumed to me. You know, the workouts, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping. That seems so bizarre. I mean, when a person is so self-consumed, yeah, they have a mental defect. That's just not normal. Am I right or am I wrong? Hang on, let me go grab a couple of things out of the kitchen while they take their break and make sure my dog goes out, etc. I'll be right back. Y'all just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Thanks. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let's get sister so we give her medicine. All right, I've got to go let the dog back in, and then I'll be ready to give her medicine, and we'll be ready to move along. All right, come on. Let's go get sister. What's funny about this little dog is, okay, so this is like a pain medicine because, you know, she's got a little lip that she's got going on. But instead of it making her tired, she gets a little hyper. It's so strange. I've never seen a dog take a medicine and make them hyper. I'm thinking, does she have attention deficit just like me? You know? All right, here we go. All right, sister, come here. I just call her sister because they're brother and sister. Okay, let me check this over here. Because look, we're looking at his big butt. I guess I shouldn't have left it right there. Hang on. Sorry about that. All right, they're all in their breaks here. Okay, here we go. Now let me cut this in half and give this to her. If I don't put this medicine in a sausage and hide it in there, she will spit it right back at me. She is not taking this medicine unless she can't smell it. It's so strange. So I put it in these little sausage sticks. So. You know, dogs are pretty darn smart. People don't realize just how smart dogs are. I'll tell you something else about a dog. A dog knows if a person is a good person or a bad person. So if you have a dog and it is backing away from somebody or will not cozy up to somebody but continually barks at somebody, stay away from that somebody. They're telling you something's wrong. Okay? Just a little insight. But of course, you probably already know that already. Okay, this is yours. There you go. Good job. There you go. Trick, trick. Take you, man. Take you. Eat your sausage. It's just sausage. Eat your sausage. Oh, here we go. Look, she acted a fool now. Oh, she took it. What are you doing, girl? Eat your sausage. Yeah. Eat your damn sausage. Oh my God, she spit it back at me. You don't want your sausage? Okay, well, we'll just put yours right there. Okay, let me get a towel on my girl. I'm not giving you that, Chiefy. Girl, I'm shocked you're not eating your sausage. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I think she knows it's in there because she's spitting it back at me already. Well, we'll just wait. It's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay, I am ready. Okay, Jack, I understand, but see, we need her to take her sausage. Okay. Here we go. Here. Take your sausage. There you go. All right. Just over here and see if they're started back yet. How long has it been? Maybe 10 or 12 minutes or so? Let's see. Okay, no, they're still not back yet. All right, that's okay. Here we go. All right. I'm just looking at my, okay. Toby keeps growing it. Leslie goes, let's see, we're talking about our dogs. Okay, let's see. Let's see. How are you doing? Pam, I'm okay. Thanks for asking. How? Okay. And I don't know if we go 3 days without sleep, you can become psychotic. Okay. Pam says, Leslie, still having issues with it, but I have clover oil to help. Oh, right. My dogs tell me when something is wrong, especially my male. Yeah. Now, Leslie goes, to keep growing at the gut. Who fixed my air conditioning yesterday? Yay. Let's see. Toby kept, wait a minute. Growling at the guy that fixed your air conditioner. Okay, got it. I'm sorry. I had to get my glasses on so I can actually see this. God dang, I can't type. I know, Leslie. I make a lot of typos myself. And then I have to get my glasses that I'm like, oh God, can't you just see? But you know what? Here's something I figured out you could do. And I do it all the time. It's called, it's something on chat or one of those, but you can just type your little statement over there and then just say, rewrite it, and it'll correct your typos so that you don't have to have typos. I can do it when I'm on my laptop, but I can't do that when I'm on my phone. I don't know why. It's kind of weird, right? Yeah. That's what I try to use when I can. So let's check it right quick. All right. They have not started back yet. Okay. Today I might have to stop about noon or so because we are going to see my son this afternoon. We're going to go to his house in downtown Austin, and I have to go pick up some creme brulee somewhere. Yeah. Sadie is like okay, let me put my phone. Okay. Sadie is like a security dog. She barks till my husband comes to help me. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, somebody's walking down a road. That is not allowed per Jack. He's going to bark. Yeah. Anyway. So I have to get myself dressed completely to go downtown for lunch or dinner with my son. And then I'm going to, I've got to go find this creme brulee. I don't know where I'm going to find it at, but I think they have it frozen over at H-E-B and at, I don't remember the name of that store. Let me see. Hang on a minute. I think it's called, okay, they say Blue Corn Restaurant has it, and H-E-B has it, and another place, Whole Foods Market in Cedar. Okay, I'm going to run over to Cedar Park and grab this creme brulee. He didn't want to get a cake. He just wanted some creme brulee. And I thought, well, okay, that's easy enough. Then I thought to myself, where am I going to get that from? So I started looking around, and sure enough, you can get it frozen. So what I'm going to do, excuse me, if I can't stay on with you guys, I'm just going to listen and keep up with the witnesses and keep up with the notes and all that. And then we can discuss them later. And then we'll just start back up at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning. Yeah, thank you so much, Pam. I'm so proud of him. I know y'all hear me talk about him all the time. He's just my little gift from God. You know, sometimes you get gifts you didn't know you needed. That's what he is. A little gift I didn't know I needed. So, he's a mess. He's really a mess. I'm going to look and see. I'm going to make sure they have it right now. I'm going to look online. Let me check and see. I don't want them to get started and us not notice it. Because, you know, this thing doesn't move exactly with them. It's like it's a couple minutes behind or something. I don't know why, but it's some weird connection problem. Okay. Okay, let's check it out. Whole Foods. All right, creme brulee. Okay. Pick up. Allow. Let's see. Let's see if they got it over here. Okay. All right. I know, Jack, I know. But your little sister needs to come over here and take her medicine. This is so strange. Yeah, I'm not actually seeing that particular product. Okay, let me look at HEB market and see if HEB has it. I really do. I have to have this. I don't want to have to go to a restaurant and pick this up. That'd be so strange, wouldn't it? I wish I had a brand name. Maybe that's what I need as a brand name. Oh, Target has frozen creme brulee. DoorDash, let's see. Omaha Steaks. I want to be able to go pick it up right now. World Market, Sam's Club, Uber Eats. Let's see. Uber Eats. Oh, look at that. Mini creme brulee ice creams. Those are so cute. Okay, so it looks like I can get it at HEB. Yay! The store that has everything. Let me see if Randall's carries it. Randall's is right down the road from me. I could actually walk to Randall's if I wanted to. Your daughter is... Okay. Hang on a minute. I'll answer it just a second. Let me put Randall's in here and see if they carry this so I can grab it quickly today. Okay. Let's see. Come on. Now I can't spell shit right now. Okay, let's search. Hang on, let's see if they've come back yet. Come on, come on. All right. Nope. They're still out. Okay, let's see. Randall's carries several creme brulees. Okay, overjoyed creme brulee, coffee. They have Coffee Mate. No, I just want plain old creme brulee. Yes, they do carry it. Okay, that is great. In-store availability. Check my logo. Okay, got it. Yay! All right, good. I can run over there and do that then. Perfect. Love it. All right, let's go back over here to our courtroom. Okay. I would feel so bad if I showed up for his birthday and I didn't have that damn creme brulee with me. So yeah, my daughter is to me like your son is. Yeah, her birthday is Tuesday. Oh, the 11th. Oh, what? She'll be 51. Good Lord, Pam. It's okay. I have a child that's 42. I get it. Yes, he was my late in life baby, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm not moving. She goes, oh, let's see. I'm not moving my belongs today. The smoke. Oh, really? Oh, boy. Yeah, stay in the house. Do not get in the smoke. Do not. I also am trying to. Come here, guys. Y'all, come on. Come on now. They need to get started. We can't have this. We can't be sitting around for hours like this. Now, y'all, come on. You already wasted quite a bit of time with your other break when Lindsay could not get her shit together. This trial is kind of weird, but good, but good. You know, August and September are really heavy birthday months. You want me to tell you why? You're going to start laughing, guys. I know you are. Because during Thanksgiving and Christmas, that time during the end of the year, people seem to be in the house doing a lot more of, well, you know, and that's why a lot of babies are born in August and September. Oh, I know. That's so silly, but it is true. It is true. Little fact. Oh, you know what we were talking about earlier? Yeah. Thank you. I know. Let's just laugh for a minute. What we were talking about earlier is about this perinatal thing. Okay, Jack, get down. Okay, Bubby, get down. Okay, now he's wanting to climb all over me now. Listen. Here, you can have this. Oh, sorry, Mama dropped it. Get that. We were talking about mental health and all of that when they were discussing this. And we were talking about the insanity defense and her and how this is going to affect her. So factors that help her okay, we were talking about right from wrong and the things that are going to hurt her versus the things that are going to help her in this trial. Well, the factors that help her insanity plea, your birthday's in October, my birthday's in September. So see, I know what my parents were doing. I was born on September the 9th. Okay. Anyway, happy birthday to all my friends. So, the documented postpartum psychiatric crisis. Now, if medical records show that she had delusions, intrusive thoughts, medication instability, and rapid cycling of moods, that supports her defense. Now, the wrongful death lawsuits, Patrick's lawsuit claimed that she had a misdiagnosis, over medication. Okay, Bubby. And everybody ignored the red flag, and that severe psychiatric decline. This indirectly strengthens the insanity narrative. But expert testimony in the defense psychiatrist, if she testifies that she had command hallucinations, believed distorted realities, and was in disassociation psychotic breaks, and could not appreciate wrongfulness. But see, how are they going to prove that? Just because you say that does not mean it's true. Now, realistic probability based on similar cases, not a prediction, just a pattern based on analysis of similar type cases. In Massachusetts, insanity verdicts are rare. Fewer than 1% of the cases, even with severe mental illness, juries often reject it. And postpartum psychosis cases historically are split, but most do not get full insanity. Uh-oh, that's not good for her. Let's check it, y'all. Okay, so this tells me that yes, the defense has a huge uphill battle, and that yes, she's probably going to be found sane and end up in prison. Pam says, my birthday's in January, but should have been in November around Thanksgiving. What? Were you over? Oh, no, are you basing that, hey, Pam, are you basing that on your sign, your zodiac signs, because you don't think you fit the zodiacs for the month of January? That's kind of funny. All right. But you know what? As far as zodiac signs go, I fit September perfectly. I was born in the right month because I am 100% Virgo. 100%. All right, let's see. Come on, y'all. It's been long enough. We need to go to trial. We need to get going here. Nothing. Crickets over here. Leslie says, Pam, my youngest was born in January too. Cut that out, ma'am. My child who passed away was born in January. He was actually born January the 24th. So, what are you doing, girl? All right, you just dropped the truck. I'm going to go run put this in the kitchen. Maybe by the time I come back, they will have started. Maybe they're ready. Let's see. Oh, she's pure Scorpio. Leslie says, I have 3 kids, March, July, and January. I have 2 kids in August and 1 in January. And I'm going to tell you what, being pregnant in August was hell. Absolute hell in Texas. It is too damn hot here. Mm. Oh, I know. We were talking about the predictions, right? Based on similar cases, and they were saying probably not. Then it says, and this is just over here on Microsoft 365 chat. You can put information in, and it'll give you probabilities and things like that. Now, for Lindsay, prosecution's narrative is strong. Defense's narrative is medically plausible. The outcome depends heavily on your expert's testimony and the juror perception of her mental state. Realistically, likelihood low to moderate. Not impossible, but she faces a hard climb. So I think that's pretty interesting that even something like a chat or GPT or Microsoft 365 is predicting that she is not going to be found insane. So I can't believe she's even trying this, actually. But I guess, it never hurts to try, right? Because you just never know. You just never know. Come on. How long of a break do they need? My God, at this point, they're never even going to make it to lunch. Anyway, put this back over here. Put that in the kitchen. Oh, they're mowing next door. That sucks. I cannot stand it when they mow the lawns around here. It upsets the door. Oh, they're fixing to come. I think they're fixing to start. I think I saw movement. Yep. So they're going to start barking because they hear the mower next door. I'm sorry, guys. At least they're not mowing over here today. Oh my God, somebody's riding lawnmower down the street. Oh, that's crazy. Just crazy. Okay. Well, let's see. What else? Here's something interesting about that perinatal equals late pregnancy plus birth plus early postpartum. Yeah. The doctor wouldn't deliver me as, listen. This is from Pam. The doctor wouldn't deliver me as had lost a baby and committed as. I think this is why I had stroke at birth and left right side partly paralyzed. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Oh my. I'm sorry, Pam. Sorry to hear all that. We're so glad you're here with us today, as always. Let's see if this. This is kind of interesting. Most medical definitions include for postpartum, 20 to 28 weeks of pregnancy, through labor and delivery, and up to 1 to 4 weeks after birth. So I'm still so confused how 9 months later she's still in a psychosis. What? Why it matters in mental health cases. This is kind of interesting. When you hear terms like perinatal depression, perinatal anxiety, and perinatal psychosis, they refer to psychiatric symptoms that occur during pregnancy or shortly after giving birth, not just postpartum. How about that? Okay. All right. Come on. They've got to come on. I don't want to have to just... All right. Well, I guess we'll just wait a few more minutes and we'll just keep talking amongst ourselves. Oh. Tell you what. Losing a child is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Because in our, we are, as we're growing up, we always hear, well, you don't bury your children, right? You're burying your parents. That's what we grow up learning. And so when it actually happens, you don't even believe it. You just don't believe it. But you think about Patrick Clancy over here. He lost his entire family all in one day. Lindsay Clancy is just like the others of the family annihilators. That's what I'm calling her, the family annihilator. She took them all out. She took everything away. She took his life away, basically, is what she had done. And I feel bad for him. I feel horrible for him. But I also have some feelings about him that something else was just going on there. It's just so strange. I can see him being upset because this happens on the 24th, and by February the 6th, she's having to make changes that she never expected to make changes about. And to me, that just sends huge red flags about how angry was he? And that was a good question asked a while ago. I wonder how her friends, I think it was Sprinkle Donut asked, I wonder how her friends really feel about her. Because when you're listening to them testify, they're testifying like, oh yeah, she mentioned she couldn't sleep, but no sign of anything odd that would show that she would actually take the lives of those children. Nothing. It's like this was like out of the blue. She just gets up one day and takes the lives of the children. Oh, they're coming back. I hear it. Okay, good.
Session may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
We're going to be on witness number 50.
Including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Bring them in.
Okay. I wonder who it's going to be. A friend?
Can I see it side by just very briefly?
You know what, Pam? You're absolutely right. People may say you can't, but you can. And it might take you a little longer, but that's okay. We are resilient people. I think it's a cop-out that she took the lives of her children and then jumped out the window. I do. I think they're discussing what time they're going to break for lunch. I think they're going to go through like till about noon my time, and then they're going to go to lunch. That's what I think is going to happen. And that'll, that'll work out great. Hang on. Oops. That will work out great for me because then I'm not going to come back after lunch because I got to do all this other stuff today, and then we'll just start back at 8:00 in the morning. But I will have all the information. All right.
All right.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
Okay.
Good afternoon. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the
Make sure you spell her name correct.
You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Bless you.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep yourself if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS.
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
If you could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic.
So she's going to be a
How long have you
friend.
been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Miss Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time, after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations about in January of 2023 about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm
So
sorry.
in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center. Is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding, and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically now.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora Dawson or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Here we go.
You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went on to college, and your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan.
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in.
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall doing, no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications, and you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health, and she asked me if I knew, like, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does it refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was. And again, it's page 13. And she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there was some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and when she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down.
Okay.
Health calls Chris Clancy.
Uh-oh. Just a second, guys. So I'm going to ask you a question, answer it however you want to, because as we always say, there is no judgment here. Everybody is free to speak your mind. It's okay. Does anybody believe the testimony that friend just gave about not knowing she was having those terrible thoughts, etc.? Because I do not believe the friend at all. I believe the friend maybe feels bad because she did not say anything, but I believe the friend had some knowledge of just how deep these thoughts were. Anyway, let's keep going. All right, this is witness number 51.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the Thank you, sir. You may have.
This is my water. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi, call up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, Christopher William Clancy, CHRISTOPHERWCLNC.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So was that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you'd seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet. Okay.
And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it. So I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right.
You know.
It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat,
yeah,
correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
Correct? I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how were the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved?
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that strike that. Do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good. She was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting. Just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay. So at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
On January
24th, 2023.
Yes. Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years, from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th, 22. And she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet, and then she used the term, "Did you know about the struggles?" Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Did you know about the struggle? Interesting. You see what Pam says here. You know, Pam, this is what I think about the Ohio 16, the Siders family. And the only reason I want to bring this up is because they're saying she probably never wanted these little kids in the first place. Well, there are people who don't necessarily want the children, but they love being pregnant. They get this dopamine rush from it. It's not really considered a mental illness. It's like a part of a mental illness. Because as long as that baby needs everything from the mom, they're great with it. But the minute the baby does not need everything from the mom, they're done. Like they don't really want to have the child anymore. It's too much trouble. See, and you got to wonder, is this part of that mental illness? Is there something else going on? Very good point. Very good point. Thank you. People don't really think about that. And when I brought that up about Elizabeth Siders, people were like, "What? Are you crazy? She's a victim. She's this. She's that." No, she's not a victim. No, she's not. Elizabeth Siders knew and knows her children were starving, filthy, and living in hell. She knew it. Okay. And I know that's a whole separate case, but we still have a mother abusing children. And you know, there's been 2 more cases that's come up since then. So. They found a 6-week-old just 2 days ago and rescued that child from a house in the same condition, not being taken care of, same situation. The other house that they found had 3 children in them. I mean, in every county of every state, every day, there is some family living with children just like the Siders. Maybe not 16 of them, but they're there. But we don't hear about them. They're in the shadows. It's not something people talk about. We only know about the Siders case because there were 16 children. That's shocking, right? I feel like they're going to be going to lunch after this witness. He seems hostile, though. I'll tell you that. Mr. Clancy seems hostile. Yeah. So here's the plan. Here's what we're going to do. Just a little reminder. When they break for lunch, I'm going to break for lunch, but not come back. But I will keep up with everything today, all the witnesses, etc. So when we start back in the morning at 8 o'clock, we'll just jump right back in with the correct witness number and their names and the information. Okay. And no, I do not have an official witness list. I'm just writing them down as they come in and numbering as they come in. I so enjoy having you all with me today. I really have. Y'all come out of the bushes, come on in and talk to us. We don't bite over here. We don't judge over here. You're free to be you over here. It's a safe space. It's kind of wild that they want to have a sidebar because did you know about the struggles? But see, that could be open-ended. Struggles could be financial. Struggles could be anything. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's just kind of weird. So really, what's there to argue about? The struggles are the mental illness. I think he should have stated it. Did you know about the mental illness? Oh, here we go.
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word "the struggles," and can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. She just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working. those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore Perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas, and the time frame actually right up to January 24th. You guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to witness number 52. I'm sure that was hard for him.
Como, could I see you over here just getting...
Okay, I think they're going to break for lunch because they're not going to have time for the next witness. But we will see what happens here. And that's okay if they do, because, you know, I have a lot to do in a short period of time myself. No, you don't usually go to the hospital just because you can't sleep. You're right, Pam. You're right. That to me, the whole thing seems silly. A lot of people have new babies and they don't sleep. It's quite normal. You're getting up, if you're breastfeeding, etc., you're getting up taking care of this child. And you get into a pattern of not sleeping, and then your body has to adjust back to not having that, that mommy ear going so that you hear every little sound so that you're jumping up immediately. But see, whenever we heard that she worked at the hospital at night and when Patrick's sleeping and not picking the baby up, this was the second baby, she called and did a well check. That was very strange. That was like over controlling. That was too far. That was a red flag right there. Yeah. I just don't understand how she can say anything that the doctors gave her, any of the medication that they gave her caused her to do anything. She had a mental health problem from before. It was never treated. So that's how I see it. And I'm a nobody. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. I'm just me,
We're going to break till 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back here at 2 o'clock. Same instructions I've been giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. You have a nice break.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate seeing all of y'all. I'm going to have to go for the day, but don't worry. We'll be back at 8 o'clock a.m. to start, or 9 o'clock in the morning, which is 8 o'clock my time, to start the trial over. I'll be fully prepared. I will have all of our witnesses and their names and a little bit of information that they talked about so that we don't get lost in our trial. I am enjoying every bit of bringing this trial live to you guys and discussing it with you. Y'all go out. I think if you don't mind, I think y'all should go to the Ward case studies. I believe that she is actually showing this trial live too. I can't just redirect you because I don't have that set up, but just go over to the Ward case studies and watch the rest of this trial for the rest of the day. Tell her I said hello, and y'all enjoy your afternoon. Take care of yourselves. Be careful out there. And as I always say, hey, go hug your babies. Life is short and our time with them is shorter. And you don't ever want to have to say, I wished I would have. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Have a great afternoon and see you later. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.